Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have round 7 of the Africa Schools Chess Championship. A very tough round indeed. We have all the way from board 1 in the lower category, board 1, board 2, board 3. We have in under 15 girls, we have Kokizuri against Nashipai Bella, a Kenyan competition between all Kenyan players. In under 17, we have Bernice, Wambui, and Mut Cherry Chir. Okay, interesting. In under 11 we have Nathaniel Manyeki and Jason Kimani. Under 13 we have Simu Jedun and Lunyeka Tumelo. That's a Kenyan versus Zambian. Very tough competition indeed. We also have Abel Taji versus Tojo Malala Aiko, Simu Baraka Daniel versus Mwekama Davis, and so on and so forth. So a very tough round indeed. Now we go to this under 15 girls. This is a game between Kokizuri and Nashipai Bella. Now, as it turns out, in the Kenyan National Championship, the only game that Kokizuri lost was to Bella Nashipai. That's the only game she lost. Now again they meet here in the Africa Championship, and it's going to be an interesting match because now they get to play again with Bella with the white pieces, hoping to maintain her lead or her win against Kokizuri. And Zuri has maximum points actually. She has a perfect 6, and she wants to maintain her score. And Bella wants to break it. So let's see how the game went, how the game is going. So Bella with her pet line starts with C4. C4 is what she normally plays as white, the English opening. Zuri responds with E5, the usual, the main line theory in the English. Then we get knight to C3, still in the main line. Okay, knight to F6, G3, the very early Finketo by Bella, as usual. Now Kaloki strikes in the center with D5, possibly hoping to exchange a few pieces in the center. Now we get takes, and then the bishop goes to G2, avoiding a complete exchange in the center. So the knight goes back because it was attacked twice. Knight to F3, knight to C6 by black, then we get D3. Okay, F6. Now Kaloki plays this move F6, which is a bit strange. Usually, what you want to do is to develop your bishop very quickly and then castle, and then now you can consider pushing the pawns, the F pawn probably to F5 to break in the center. But playing F6 early on, it's not a common response. F6, probably with the aim to bolster the center, but currently it's not needed. So yeah, a bit of a strange move, but let's continue. So F6, bishop to E3, that's interesting. Bishop to E6, development, then castles, bishop to E7. Now Bella strikes in the center immediately before Zuri castles. The knight did not take, but what? No. Now, a very interesting move by the after After Bella played d4 to burst open the center, Kaloki responded with knight to c4, attacking the bishop and the pawn on b2. And it seems like it might be an error because of this d5 push. Bella has this potential push of d5, just ignoring the attack on the pawn on b2, probably with the intention of ultimately just defending it. So let's see how the game continued. d5, wow, with the double attack on the knight and the bishop. And then now this is where the position has reached. Now it seems like Kaloki has made an early blunder. She has her knight and bishop forked by a pawn. And if she attempts to take the pawn on b2, queen to c2 just attacks the knight and still attacks the knight, and the pin is maintained. The pin is still maintained and the knight is attacked. So wow, very interesting, very interesting. And then in that position, Kaloki might end up getting 2 pawns for a piece. And we'll see if that's enough. But currently, doesn't look good for Kaloki. Potentially facing the chance of being potentially facing being a piece down out of the opening. That's surprising. But let's see how she responds to this. Let's see how she responds. In under 17, we have Bernice against Mut Cherry. So Bernice is playing as black, the Kenyan contingent against another Kenyan. Let's see how the game went. So white went d4, knight to f6, knight to f3, c5. The very early c5, going for this Benoni-like structure. Then we have c3. Okay. As opposed to the usual e3. Now we get e6, bishop to f4, d5, e3, and then you get bishop to e7, h3, castles. It looks like Bernice is putting priority to king safety, giving the king some priority. And now let's see how Mutol continued. Knight b to d2, knight to c6, bishop to d3, then you get c4. c4 is one of those moves that it looks good. It looks good, like it's blocking the position. But when you look closely, a move like c4 is actually a minor positional error, because you are giving your opponent the chance to freely go e4 and participate in the center. So this c4 move is first of all, what you're doing is you're releasing the tension very early in the center, and you're giving white the opportunity to push the e4 pawn forward at some point and break up in the center after white castles. So let's see how they continued. Bishop to c2. Now Bernice continues with this. Black continues with b5. Then you get b4. Okay, probably white was afraid of the pawn coming to b4, so she pushes this early b4. And now the players are taking a think to see how they can handle the position. Interesting. In the other 13, we have Simu Jedon, Luenyeka Tumelo. Let's see how the game went. e4. The Sicilian, we get the Sicilian on the board. Knight to f3. Then we get e6. Okay, d4. Takes. And then you get this move a3. Trying to limit the movement of the knight. Then we get bishop to d3. Just developing, preparing to castle. Queen to c7. A normal queen maneuver in the Taimano Volcan Sicilian. Then you get castles. Bishop to c5. Knight to b3. And this bishop is usually very strong, so black will not allow the bishop to be taken, possibly moving it back to a7, because the bishop controls the diagonal very strongly. Bishop to a7, yeah. It's a very powerful bishop in this line, so you have to keep it on the board. Then you get knight to c3, knight to f6. Then this rook to a1 move. Potentially, playing rook to a1 is usually not what is considered what is played here. We normally expect king to h1, preparing to push the pawn to f4. But when the rook has moved away from the f file, it doesn't make a lot of sense to push that pawn anymore, because now you're just weakening your position. Now let's continue. We have pawn to d6, queen to f3, and then this is where the game has reached. Very interesting game indeed. Simu with queen to f3 is looking to possibly play queen to g3, queen to g3, and then attack the pawn on g7. That is the possible idea here. And possibly bringing in the bishop. Just it's an attacking move and also a waiting move, giving black asking black a question: do you want to castle kingside with an ensuing attack coming with queen to g3 and possibly bishop to h6, or do you want to delay castling, or even consider castling queenside with knight to c6 and bishop to d7, and then you castle queenside? Because white has already committed the king to the king side. So if you're playing as black and you want to counter this, you can try castling queenside and put some pressure on the white king on the king side. Yeah, interesting. Interesting. Nani? Bado test usi.
I think C takes D4 would have been a better move in this position. I think C takes D4 would have been a better move in this position. You're just supposed to
I think C
take
takes
instead
D4
of
would
knight
have been a better
C4.
move in this position.
You're just supposed to
I think C
take
takes
instead
D4
of
would
knight
have been a better
C4.
move in this position.
Match, yeah? You're just supposed to
I think C
take
takes
instead
D4
of
would
knight
have been a better
C4.
move in this position.
Yeah? Has to get.
Just
Because I mean, it's unfortunate actually. I was hoping for uh, a tougher game because that up at a queen D2, even just protecting the pawn is still okay. Even queen D2 looks it just looks fine to me.
No, that's actually Methu.
Even queen D2. I mean, you can just even
Methu.
yes, yes, yes,
Methu.
yes. Nakusikia poa. Yes.
I I think Queen to D2 might be a mistake. Yeah?
Yeah.
Because Black can just castle and you
Okay,
can
just take
pick
the
the
piece. I think
piece.
just actually upper. Maybe the question is which one? This position.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you
so
play
you
King
just
to
take a piece
D2,
upper. Oh,
yeah,
oh,
he
oh,
will
oh.
take your
No,
queen
but
and
the
then
knight on
take and
F3
then
is
fork your
then,
pieces.
you are right. You are right. You are
Yeah.
right. Actually, just take the piece. Yeah, you're
So
right.
you
Apo, it was a miscalculation.
so you have to take.
So it's a queen D2.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
castles.
now if you castle, then if you take, I'm getting your point. Now there is this line, takes, and fork. See, ndo nasema. Yeah, just take the piece. Yeah, take the piece. Yeah, you're right. Just take the piece. Yeah. The question is which piece? I don't know. This one is actually quite good, Bado. Yeah, I should just get a piece. This one doubles the pawns, but anabaki na bishop pair, but still it's lost. And the sad part about this position is we are trading queens on the next spot. That's the worst part. So yeah, it's just a piece down. Let me click another game. Tuangalie Asaba Juliet. Let me. Okay. Yeah, Asaba. Let's look at this. Okay.
Hmm.
E4. C. Let's see. D3. So that's the current position. Oh, Black has played the hedgehog kind of setup. So
Yeah.
It's a bit hard to crack the setup. It's a very hard to crack the setup generally. Actually, generally, black will just wait for you to push. That's the idea of the hedgehog.
Okay.
But still, black has to play d5 at some point. A pawn break. Nothing much. I don't know. Do you know anything about this line? I've seen Carlsen play it once, but I'm not so familiar with this Sicilian. This one for bishop d2. This
Okay.
position.
No, no, this line is also. I haven't seen it before. I just know the normal hedgehog setup where you
Okay,
play, where you bring your queen to be.
I was trying to put an arrow,
Uh
but
huh. With
yeah,
the,
yeah, yeah, yeah. So this one is a sideline of this line.
you
It
can,
only puts pressure on g7, but after knight f6,
yeah,
sioni kama there is much
yeah.
hapa. There's nothing much hapa. Although I'm a bit critical of this position. Unaona, I
For
mean,
white
white is
or.
playing a bit aggressively, but
Ah.
yeah, for white, unaona, when you push your pawns too much,
Mm-hmm.
okay, but still akona play. But when you push your pawns too much, they don't come back. So
Yeah, yeah.
you have to be sure you are attack. You have to be sure of the attack because now, sasa in this position, let me make some moves up. Let's say black plays bishop g7, white castles. Suddenly, because when you push f4, you have to now start calculating some moves like queen b6 up at
Yeah, yeah,
because there is knight takes e4
yeah.
tactics looming. So yeah, it can be a bit tricky, but it's not the end of
But
the world,
I was
but
thinking
still,
it was a waiting move because now white can choose to castle queen side
yeah,
if he wants to. If the position is if position is too vulnerable, he can play queen to d2 and castle queen side. So that's a possibility for white.
yeah, that's a good idea. So to say, okay, let's say bishop. Let me give it some examples. So if the castle opposite, bishop g7, uh, queen d2. So see, tunaongelea such a position. Let's say the castle, and we castle now.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the yeah, yeah, it looks decent. Yeah,
Yeah, and yeah, now ideas with like h4, h5 become possible now.
but that's unajua opposite side castling. I'm used to the bishop being on e3. Then you have to trade the dark bishop pole pole.
Yeah,
But this is a very strange opposite side castling. Maybe
yeah, yeah,
takes, and then bado it looks a bit strange.
yeah, yeah. It does.
To my eyes, it looks actually who is attacking who hapa because I can't see who is attacking who.
Yeah.
H4, H5, H4 is a good plan
Uh huh.
hapa.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, how does black? Even black has no attack. Actually, black
Yeah,
has no
yeah.
attack whatsoever. Yeah, actually, yeah. So it could be a sign of opposite
You know,
castling.
if black gives up his dark square bishop, the attack is over for him.
Yes,
But the attack for white
yes,
depends on the
completely.
light square one.
Yes,
Yeah.
completely. Yeah. So yeah, maybe F4 is about queen D2, but I think yeah, it's interesting. It's a new. I'm assuming. How is this Asaba? What's the rating? Oh, Asaba is 17
Uh huh.
and the opponent is 14. So naturally, what we do,
Mm.
if for my case, if I'm playing a lower rated opponent,
Mm.
you just take them to an unfamiliar position and hope you'll outplay them
Yeah, yeah,
slowly.
yeah.
Because clearly this one is not something that even black has ever seen. I've never seen it. Even myself, I've never seen such a position before.
Mm.
But anyway, I'm used to the Grand Prix attack, but this one I've not
Yeah.
seen before. This one, yeah. Anyway, it's a good setup. We'll see. We'll see how they play.
Yeah, they're playing it.
Uh, there's one rising kid I wanted to check. Wanakuru
Uh huh.
called playing Manyeki called Jason.
Yeah, okay. This is
Uh,
Manyaki's game. Let us see. It looks
I'm
a bit
looking.
similar.
Nataka tuangalie. Yeah, because I know Jason attacks a lot, so it will be interesting to see the game. Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
Let's see. And I'm noticing like a lot of the kids are
Sicilians.
playing this. What's it called? This is the Alapin, right?
Yeah.
Not even Sicilian.
Uh-huh.
Is Sicilian, but this Alapin structure. This one for C3.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's popular now
C3
among
then
the
D4.
juniors.
I'm noticing quite a lot are playing. Yeah. Okay, the idea is just to occupy the center.
Yeah.
So we have normal Alapin here. Wow, A6. Okay, what is A6 supposed to do here?
Yeah.
Not sure. Okay. So Manyeki goes. Okay. Uh, Ebu correct me, but see, I thought people take
Yeah.
like this.
Yeah. Yeah. But if you take
I
like
thought that
that,
is the normal. Okay,
if you take with the pawn
eh.
now, it becomes a normal game. You don't have activity. Uh, yeah, black sort of just equalizes. So I think Manyeki is trying to play sharply to get his opponent out
Yes.
of a comfort zone.
Oh,
Yeah, because if you take with the pawn, then
yeah. Because now this one actually, yeah. Because I've not seen this before. Like this one also. Once again, we are in new territory again.
yeah, it's very strange.
I'm assuming just normal moves like
Oh, knight,
E6
knight to
upper.
c6,
Uh,
attack the queen.
yeah, knight C6. Attack the queen. But now you see, if you take like this, if you take C takes,
Uh-huh.
the idea is you leave the square for the. Let me give an example. So in this position, you leave the square for the this other knight on
Okay, okay, I
C3.
see, yeah.
Now, if you take the other way, with queen, which has happened,
Uh-huh.
now the knight either has to go to D2. So the knight has to go to D2 or A3.
Yeah. Oh, but I think possibly the idea of
But
playing with the
still,
queen is allowing c4 to
uh,
come. You have to play c4 first.
oh,
Yeah, then develop your knight afterwards.
ah, but I sort of feel I think black here just equal. I think
Yeah,
black here is just fine after
yeah, yeah,
just. I think after E6, black should be fine. I
yeah,
don't see any. But it's a sharp game anyway because now knight C6 comes with tempi. You have to keep watching E5 pawn for some time. If you're not careful, you have to watch it.
yeah.
I'm not sure where the bishop on E3 is going actually. Uh, yeah, so this one, let me just click the game again. I see where it is now.
Okay.
What was the last move that was played?
The last move on this board.
Yeah. Oh, the game has gone on. Okay. So. Yeah, I was stuck to my analysis. So the game has gone on
Yeah,
standard. Now Jason is after the E5 pawn, of course. Actually, the question here is how will Black develop the Dark Bishop?
yeah, yeah. Possibly Finketo with
How?
g6 and bishop to g7.
Then you create a hole on D6 now. For instance, now here if you play G6,
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming now you can go knight D2,
Uh-huh.
say bishop G7, and then maybe okay. I'm just showing now this hole now. This one
Yeah,
the knight E4 maybe. Oh wait. The pawn on E5 is still a problem for Manyeki, so you have
yeah,
to be careful about that. So queen G3. I'm trying to see if this. So assume this position. So there's a hole on D6, and
okay.
How even that bishop on c8? How is it getting out? The
Hmm.
knight on b6. I
Pull up.
okay. Black must be worse here. I think black is just
Yeah.
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 I think these surprises are actually working for the top rated players.
Yeah.
The surprises are working.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The surprises are actually working here because now I think White has managed to get an interesting position here. But I feel black is slightly better. No, not winning, but not slightly better. And there's an idea also in this line,
Uh huh.
this alapin, which is very important.
Mm-hmm.
So, for instance, in this position, after e6, bishop c3, um, knight c6, which is fine. I think you have to play d6 at some point. You kind of have to play d6 at some point. Yeah, you have to play d6. But from the game, if you notice, now d6 is hard to play. No, this is not the game. Sorry. From the game, d6 is no longer possible, and d6 is the only move that can help you develop the bishop on c8. So I think
Can you play d6 at this moment? Or d5? Can you play d5 at this moment instead of playing?
actually even d5 is yeah, nice, yes, in this position.
Oh, but I think you lose the. So after
But
g6,
now g7
after g6,
now g7 hangs.
after you
So
play
let's say after
g6,
g6
and then they develop the knight, and then now you play d5.
in this position,
Yeah, you play d5. Does it work?
because you have to play this. So of course the only critical move is en passant here.
Yeah.
So does en passant work is the question, huh? Yeah, I think it works. It's fine now. I think black now is a bit free. Yeah, now I think black should be fine. But I
Black is
think he has
okay
to
now.
find at some point d6 or d5. Yeah, okay, it feels okay. I'm
But
not using the
I'm
engine,
seeing,
but okay, say assume you take. Yeah,
then you take and then you play knight to e4.
because now after here, yeah, takes the knight e4.
Yeah. Then queen,
Now we are in time to play queen e7.
queen to e7. Yeah.
Yeah, because okay, queen d8 can help black with a tempi. Now rook d1.
Uh huh.
So we don't want that. So we play queen e7. Okay, there are some dark square weaknesses, but black feels a bit slightly okay now. But clearly worse. This one, black is just worse a bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, the knight on b6 is not doing anything. If it goes to d5, you yeah, but black feels okay. But yeah, also we'll see what Maneti will do. But I think there black should be quite okay. Which game do we go to next? I don't know why I'm refreshing. Then it's taking time to refresh.
Okay.
We can look at Abel Taji. Yeah,
Yeah.
Abel Taji, the great swimmer. I hear he's very good at swimming.
Okay.
Where is Abel Taji? Yeah, I hear he's quite good at swimming. Okay. So to page. Okay, main line. Okay, this is the main line. Naidov. Standard. Okay, I'm not so familiar with this queen f3, but I'm pretty sure it's a line.
Yeah. It's the main line actually.
Yeah, and white just wants to play g4,
Yeah.
just push all the pawns to,
Yeah. G4.
yeah, just push all the pawns and yeah. So yeah. This is just the if you are familiar with this here you can assist me kidogo.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, once again, pawns are being pushed. What's the idea here now?
Now I think white is planning to push the pawn to g6. and completely weaken the center. G6 and yeah, just weaken
Yeah.
the E6 pawn.
So
Queen to the yeah, just yeah.
once again,
Oh, okay, okay, yeah. Now this
once again, pawns don't. Yeah.
pawns don't go backwards. Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Sorry.
yeah. I think that queen to d3 is a blunder.
Yeah.
Queen to d3 is a blunder because
Queen to c5
yeah, you know,
or
after
queen
queen to
to
c
d3,
then queen to d3 is a
or
blunder.
because it was supporting the rook.
Yeah, and now you end up losing
Yeah.
a pawn there. Oh, okay.
Okay. This one. What? Hey, what are they playing now?
Yeah,
This one is. No wonder I like d4. Now lost already a whole rook, forgot and lost a whole rook.
yeah. Wow.
And now this one is yeah, yeah, yeah. What is this now? This one is yeah, this one is just yeah. Basically a free game, I think.
Well, can the rook go
This
back?
one is just a whole rook, no compensation.
Can the rook go back after? Can you go back to rook to d4? Rook to d4?
Yeah, and then now you lose the I don't know if it's the f pawn, for instance. So if you
Yeah,
go
yeah.
rook d4 here,
Yeah, you end up losing the f
the
pawn.
problem is now your position is just
Yeah.
I can even take here maybe. I mean, I can just get a passed pawn and then
Okay.
I'm going to play bishop d7, rook d8. I
Oh,
don't see any compensation
yeah,
for
yeah,
the pawn. This one
yeah.
is just
So you should have
so
just
you
brought
said
the
here queen d3 was a mistake,
yeah,
but maybe rook d2
yeah. Just going back. Yeah,
because
yeah.
now
That's much better.
but now then if you take
Yeah.
now
I just take
now
like
at
that. Yeah.
least you can take with a pawn this h pawn
Yeah.
and you get the f file.
Yeah.
So this is the position,
Yeah.
and then now at least you have queen h8. Yeah, black is a bit tied a,
Yeah.
tied a
No,
bit.
yeah. Yeah.
But the problem with Sicilian, yeah, but this one is a bit better.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this move,
This.
not sure about it. Queen there.
Yeah. That queen there. Now you have to drop the knight. Okay. Actually,
Now the pawns that you
yeah.
pushed might uh, yes, this position.
Okay. Now I think you're forced to defend
Because now
your.
you
You have to play a move like queen to h2, and just guard the rook. Guard the rook
yeah,
and
and
the
then now
pawn.
black. Actually, one of the mistakes I think a lot of yeah, one of the mistakes people make,
Uh huh.
I think, not really a mistake actually, they forget is and I've won some games with it, probably like three very crucial games,
Uh huh.
is that let's say you play queen h2 here. Sometimes they forget that maybe you are not forced to castle.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, you have to
so
move the
it's
king.
usually an idea that people tend to forget that yes, you just move the king and you play bishop d7 and you're just fine.
Yeah.
Because in this position, I'm assuming the opponent was expecting. You see, when someone attacks like this, so in this position, white is really waiting for black to castle.
Yeah.
And clearly, for instance, castling is a disaster. So in their mind, they know after castling, I take, and you are being checkmated somehow. It's just bad.
Yeah.
But they are forgetting even, I've seen even ideas like, let's say in this position, I've seen ideas, very interesting ones, like, let's say queen d3. I've seen even interesting ideas like king f8 here. And then
Okay.
now the rook is active on the h file actually.
Yeah.
So you don't need your king as long as it's out of danger. You just play king f8, and you're planning to take this pawn now. So and then this even rook on d4 just looks misplaced. So,
Yeah. Oh.
but this is an unfortunate game again. It's a free piece in the opening, and
So now we have two top players who've
I
lost
mean I don't know how.
pieces in the opening. in round 7.
Yeah, it's a bit, yeah, but I think people also don't understand the pressure that comes with these tournaments are a
Hmm.
bit high. So
Oh.
yeah, what game have I not looked at?
When you look at
Butalale, Mumba.
Simu Jedon and Lonyeka Tumelo, under 13 open.
Yeah. Okay, let's look at under 13.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
so
Simu Jedon.
let's go to that one. Okay, I'm just looking for it here.
Simu Jedon
Under
and
13 open. Oh,
Lonyeka. Lonyeka Tumelo. Yeah,
hey, and that's actually last I checked, that is a very very tough section also.
yeah, yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm just scrolling here. I'm looking for it. What is its number from the list?
Yeah, it's
It's what number?
number, let's see. Number, I think it's up there. It's number, this is number 5. Number 5, there, number 5.
Oh, found it. Okay,
Okay.
yeah, it's number 5. Okay. Um, what do you have? I really hope someone has not found anything up. Another Sicilian. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I think this one is more of a probably, is it Khan variation? Okay, we don't know first. It can transpose to Taimanov, Khan.
Yeah.
Okay, this is called the Khan variation, the one
Mm.
for A6. So, okay, the idea is just to play Queen C7, Knight F6. It's
This
actually
is,
one of the most, what can I say? There is a time I had a chat with Macligeo. I told him this is one of the most peaceful Sicilians.
the
He
most,
disagreed. He told me this is one, it's very sharp.
yeah, it's very sharp. It's
For
actually
me, it's one of the most calm Sicilians. I think it's very sharp.
yeah, it can be very sharp because now you
I mean,
bring,
compared to Naidov, Dragon, this one calm Sicilian.
mm, yeah,
Okay, yeah, okay. I was just comparing it to, let's say, Naidov, Dragon.
I think, yeah,
It
it's not,
just looks a bit calmer
yeah,
with
yeah,
less.
yeah. It's definitely calmer than those ones
Yes,
because these ones you can easily,
yes.
if
Okay, so we have,
it only
yes,
becomes sharp if white allows, but white can just close the position and keep it simple. But in the night of theory forces you to play sharp lines. The
yes.
theory forces you to play sharp lines, so you don't have an option.
I mean, Naidov even has what? It has Rook G1. I
Yeah,
don't know by move what.
yeah. The main line
Queen
for
F3.
Howie.
Naidov has a lot of theory, and it has not been like say solved yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah. Actually, for me, if I was to advise a student,
Hmm.
I don't think I'm not sure if the Naidov is the best opening to study at the moment. I think Karokan is the most recommended
Okay.
because you'll have to spend a lot of time analyzing theory. But if the student is okay with it,
Actually,
it's fine.
I have a different
In this
opinion.
position, anyway, there's this interesting line.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to the night of, I think if you understand it,
Yes, yes.
then
Which opinion?
yeah, I was saying when you're playing the night of, or this is or any other Sicilian, it has a lot of theory, but once you get it, you can just play it
Yes,
all the time, and your opponents won't be
yes,
able to
yes,
trap you or anything because the theory is a lot, not only for you but also for your opponent. So it's very easy. Once you get it, you can just play it continuously. But the Karokan,
Oh,
it's very easy to find a way to neutralize the Karokan as white.
yes, yes, yes,
Yeah, but for black, if you're playing the Nairo, the line is very sharp.
yes,
But
yes,
if you understand the theory, your opponent won't
yes,
be able to trap you or to just finish the game early on because it has a lot of ideas. You have a lot of maneuvering you can do. So that's one of the things about the Nairo.
yes, yes, yes,
A lot of theory, but once you
yes.
get it, you can navigate easily.
Yes, 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 yes. That's very true, actually. Uh, but it actually has a lot of theory. If you're interested, okay, someone like Jadon Simu is actually okay doing it because even at his rating, it's quite okay.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if, let's say, you are training a beginner, which opening is good to train, say, someone like a beginner, like
Oh,
someone
yeah.
who's just not so advanced.
Yeah, beginner just play symmetrical chess first.
Yeah.
The
So
symmetrical
that's
is,
what I meant. No, yeah. So this line apparently,
uh-huh.
yes, there is a line I've lost to a lot with the can as white when I play white, and
Okay.
that's the move. Interestingly, this move,
Huh.
h5.
Oh, yeah, I know. With the idea of just sucking the knight. When, okay.
Yeah, and the knight is going to g4.
Hmm.
Yes, and yeah. So for instance, if you make some normal moves here, like say here, I've
Hmm.
lost to it a lot actually, and then
Hmm.
the opponent just goes here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the idea is very simple. I'm not castling. That's the whole idea.
Hmm.
So in this specific line, and the idea is that the bishop on a7
Hmm.
is really putting pressure on f2,
Yeah.
and the queen on c7 is putting pressure on h2.
Hmm.
And if you try to play h3, the knight is not going anywhere. So
Yeah,
there is
yeah.
that idea of h5,
Hmm.
but I'm pretty sure, in a classical, it will be hard to play. So let's see what they played anyway. Uh,
Yeah.
so they went a bit normal. So they went d6. Just a minute, I connect the charger. Okay. Okay, so where did they go?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that I think that's the current position.
Yeah.
Jadon has 49 minutes. The opponent has 1 hour.
Hmm.
So Jadon is in a bit of time trouble. Yeah, I'm trying to look for a plan for. The
White.
problem, this is another hedgehog kind of setup again.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for a plan for white. So I'm assuming black will take, if I'm not wrong here.
Yeah.
Take, take,
Hmm.
and we'll get this kind of a position now.
Okay.
D6 is a bit weak, but you cannot do anything about it.
Yeah.
There are those kind of weaknesses. I don't know what Ngani said yesterday
Ah.
when I was checking the commentary. Like, a weakness, I don't know is what until you can get to it.
Yeah, I said something like
Like a
it's
weakness, and it was actually this. A weakness can only be weak if you can get to it. Now here you can't. Getting to d6 is just hard. So
yeah, yeah.
black will play on black will play on this semi-open file. Knight
Mm-hmm.
c4 ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so let's see. Okay, it's black to move. So I'm assuming something like b5.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start slow. b6. Let's not commit the pawn too much.
Hmm.
So b6. I'm trying to find a plan. The white bishop doesn't look like it's doing much.
Yeah,
Black also doesn't have.
we can try
Okay,
to
but generally in this kind of structure,
uh-huh.
yes.
You can bring the bishop back and then
Uh,
play f4. An idea like
so
bishop to e2, then you play f4 as white. Because
okay, so queen, because white has to do something anyway.
yeah.
So let's say bishop e2, bishop b7, then f4.
Yeah.
Once again, the only problem as once again the pawns don't go backwards.
Yeah.
So you have to be sure.
Mm.
So I'm assuming say knight g6 or somewhere. I don't know which one is more active. Uh, so anyway, generally in this structure you have to go d5 as black.
Mm.
You have to break at some point. Actually, in hedgehog, if black achieves d5 easily,
Mm.
black should be doing quite okay.
Okay.
Like now here, d5 is coming, f4 is a bit weak.
Mm.
F4 is a bit weak. So, but anyway, I think that's the only plan for white. I don't see any other plan here.
Yeah.
White has to go f4. Jadon on the other, okay, Jadon is white, and then Luenyeka has to go at some point d5. Yeah, but there's something small I wanted to point out here. This bishop h6. Was this a one move threat, or what was the idea for white?
Yeah, it's let's see.
Ama it's just to make the opponent waste time putting the knight in the bad square,
Yeah, to retreat.
because you have to go here.
Yeah.
I found that a bit interesting, because now black has to go back to f6 at some point. So it's a good way to get some tempi. It's a good way to get a tempi. But so anyway, here they have to find d5, and where's
But
the game?
do you have to retreat in that position?
This position.
Yeah, do you have to
But the bishop is doing nothing there.
Okay, oh, knight to g6 is coming.
So and knight to g6 is coming. If actually, I've seen some guys. I've seen a lot of people,
Yeah.
even some 1800 rated players, say
Uh-huh.
a3, knight g6.
And,
Imagine I've seen some people even forgetting that the bishop now is hanging after knight g6 here,
oh.
and you just completely forget that the knight g6 here. But anyway, this is I think what I can point out here a bit is the idea of bad pieces and good pieces. So, for instance, in this position, let me just make a random move. Okay, after bishop e3, the bishop on d3 is so bad. It's
Yeah.
just a bad piece at the moment.
Yeah.
And I've seen some people actually now play a move like knight takes.
Yeah.
So, and then now suddenly you have removed a bad piece for your. Actually, you have helped your opponent get a bad piece off.
Yeah, you've
So,
exchanged your most
so
active
it's an
piece.
idea. Yes, for a bad piece.
Yeah.
And it actually it's a common thing. So you find someone just comes and plays knight takes d3, and the bishop was actually okay. But in this instant, maybe the bishop is not so bad on that diagonal. There could be 5, and it's actually staring at your king. Yeah, but anyway, this will be a hard game. I'm not so sure what I make of here. Maybe you can advise here.
Okay.
I'm not so sure what I make for this move.
Ah, okay. What if you just retreat?
Because now the b2 pawn is a bit soft. The b2 pawn is a bit soft. So
Yeah, but you can just
yes,
retreat.
yes, yes. Now this position is what I don't.
Okay.
Um, you retreat or you take. You have this move also, which is not a
Yeah,
very.
just waiting and see
I mean,
what
the bishop has moved like how many times in the game? Yeah.
yeah, because
Okay, this one is a bit hard.
yeah.
This one, I think, this one will have to go. Yes. Yeah, you can actually just wait. By the way, you can just wait. Yeah, in this position, actually, you can just sit on the position and wait and see. But eventually, if white waits too long and black manages to play knight f6 and d5, black might be better in this position.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. So which other game? We'll just wait for this game and see. I think this one we just have to wait. Yeah, we'll just have to wait for this one. I think this one will take some time. This one is more of a strategical game. So,
Okay.
but black has to go knight c4 at some point. d5. White has to play f4, I think. And then this one is more of a strategical game. We'll just wait. But I hope Jadon does not run into time trouble. Otherwise,
Yeah.
uh, you want to be in time trouble when the position is a bit clear, not in this position. Okay. Let me go to someone that we have not checked.
In under 17
Ethan
open.
Kiptu. Okay, under 17, yes.
17 Open, we have Sujay Jora from South Africa. Sujay against Allen Nadine Tungamira from.
Come again.
We have Sujay Jora in the under 17 Open. Sujay against
Suji Jora versus
Allen Nadine.
Nadine.
Yeah, Sujay from South Africa against Allen. Now Sujay currently
Okay.
has maximum points. He has 6 out of 6. So he's looking to maintain his lead.
Okay.
While Allen has 5.5. So they are close to one another, very close. Sujay has been dominating under 17 Open.
So Suji is black here.
Yeah. Sujay.
Oh, and I've not really been. Wow, another B3 Sicilian. Okay.
Yeah. I think they like.
Another B3 Sicilian. Okay, this one is standard.
Yeah.
I think opponents are just trying to surprise the opponent now.
I think people play the Sicilian because it's the most dynamic. It gives
they're
you a
just trying
chance to be creative.
Yeah, at least I'm winning. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And the chances of a draw are quite minimal anyway.
Actually,
So
it's very hard to get a draw the Sicilian.
so here, yeah. So it's very hard. It's very hard. So here, white already gives up a bishop here. So this one is interesting actually. This pawn structure is quite interesting. It's actually quite interesting. I'm used to it when the pawn is on. Oh, d4. I think the opponent will now. Now this is a clear case of also assisting your opponent. The pawns are double, but okay, they're not bad in this structure. They are not bad, but now you are helping black to get rid of one of the bad pawns now.
Yeah, and actually now you can push c5 and play bishop to b7. So you allowed to develop with the tempo.
Yes. There was no point. I don't. Yes. Now I don't know why d4 was just unnecessary here. But the question is, what will white do anyway? Let's look.
Possibly
okay, this kind of structure I know you have to play because the weakness of black is c6. Yes, d3, and then the idea here is actually to go knight a here. So let me play a move for white. So the idea here is to go knight a5 and probably even bishop a3 at some point.
Okay.
Just target the weakness for now. Yeah, I think the idea here is to go knight a4 can be a good plan. There's no other plan I can see. Okay, you can also just go rook. Even a simple move like rook e1 is just okay. Rook e1 d3, rook e1 d3, queen d2. So d4 here is a bit of an inaccuracy, but not really losing. So takes. Where was the move? d4 or this one? Okay, let me click the move. So this one was played. Of course, black is a 1900. Will understand that you are helping me. So
yeah.
Queen h4, bishop b7. Okay, that's an interesting move actually. If you can get rid of that bishop pair, might not be so bad.
Forcing bishop to e7.
For white, if you can get
d4.
Forcing now this is forcing. Now the knight is being. No, after knight b5 here. Bishop e7, rook e1, d4. Wow, I don't know. I also don't like that move so much, but I mean it kills the bishop, but wow. Now you create a square on c4 at some point. Okay, let's see how it went. Queen g3, a6, queen c7, and that's the position we are in right now.
Sure, queen to c7. Does it not allow you to take on? I think it's a mistake. Oh, okay, it's a double attack. Oh, I forgot.
It's a double attack. It's a double attack.
Uh-huh.
Okay, let's say you take.
Yeah, you take
Then
on
the rook is
F3.
hanging,
You take on F3.
and you lose a piece.
You take on F3 with the bishop.
So you have this intermediate move.
Yeah.
Take, yes. Don't you just lose? No, 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 not yet. Takes. I'm trying to look at this position. Let me see.
Yeah.
Takes. Takes. You know, there is this common idea where sometimes when in the middle game,
Uh-huh.
like now I was trying to look at this position. Okay, white looks, this just looks strange. I wanted to look if the bishop is better than the knight in the end game, but now this one just looks bad. Looks bad. Now what does black do here though? You can't take, your bishop on e7 is hanging,
Yeah.
the knight on a, and I think he just took that line that we have just checked. I think it's the only line. There's nothing else you can do.
Yeah, you take and then
So they're about to go into a very strange endgame. And still you can't take the queen. You can't take the queen on c7. You have to go to this line. I think this line is forced, huh? This one for g takes f3.
gani mesha ya Bella. Oh, eka kwa nini game ya nini ya na
I
17
think this line is just
ya
forced.
Sujay Jora. Yes?
I think this line is just forced.
Okay, let me
This
see.
line is just forced somehow. Because now after bishop takes f3, what do you do if you don't take? Because if you take queen takes c7, the rook is hanging. If you attack my knight, for instance, you can't take here. Maybe. Oh, it's white to play. Okay.
What if I guard my bishop?
Uh, okay. Maybe you can start with this.
Actually, no, wait.
Yes.
If
After bishop takes.
after bishop takes on F3, if the pawn is taken back,
Or sawa kidogo tu.
okay.
I think the live came quickly. Yeah.
If he takes back your bishop,
You know, white has very few options. Yeah.
yeah, white has few options. If you take back the bishop, there's this move knight
So takes
to
the bishop. Yes. This is the line actually. I
knight
was.
knight to
And
d5,
then.
knight to d5. How is that?
Oh wow. Nice. Nice.
Is there
Nice.
anything
Nice.
there?
Nice. Now once again you have to take on. Yes.
You have to exchange queens now.
Oh. Okay. Now you have to somehow exchange.
Yeah, and then now you
No,
go
here
back.
black is just better. I think black will just get a better endgame. Okay, not easy to convert, but yeah, and then now you can even take with the. I mean, you can even take with the rook, right? You can even take with the rook. Okay, and
Yeah.
another important idea.
Uh,
You need to know which rook to take with. So it's very important to know which rook to take with. So which rook do we need? I think the rook on a8 might go to c8 at some point. Might. So we could probably take like this first. The reason I've mentioned that is because I'm assuming that if you go here, I'm picturing such a position maybe. I'm not sure it could not be correct, but I mean, or even okay, even the rook maybe they can't move. You can just go a5, a4.
yeah, yeah,
You can
yeah,
just even push this
yeah,
pawn
yeah.
somehow, and you start using the a5.
And his bishop is out of the game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and the bishop is out of the game, and there's nothing. Okay, there's nothing. So this is the live. Yeah, this is the live board at the moment. So queen takes e7 was the move.
Yeah, that was played.
So this is the live board. Yes, yes, yes. This
Okay.
is what was played. So they didn't go that line.
Uh-huh.
So I'm assuming here queen. I'm assuming. Can't you just go takes here?
You
Then um
You take where?
Then white has to take. Now I'm assuming this is the position, current position. Black
Yeah.
to play.
Uh-huh. Oh, okay. Black is down to play.
Because I'm assuming, yes, so black can simply take this one first.
Uh-huh.
Now white has to play this first again.
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking that black has some counterplay on the a file at least. But those pawns on c5, they look weak. So still, okay, this is just a, okay,
Possibly you play a move
this
like
is just a
queen
bit
to
of a hard
b6.
game.
Queen to b6, just avoiding the trade.
Yeah, then you avoid the trade. Now, this is the kind of endgame I was asking. Who is better or who is worse?
It's
Who is better here?
it's hard to say.
Okay,
Probably
black, it feels like black is just on,
if you keep queens on the board, if the
because
queens
it's an
remain,
open position. If this, yeah,
if the queen remains on the board, I think black is
because
better.
there are some, yeah, if the queens remain. Oh, wait. And that queen is actually, after queen b6, actually, that queen is a bit trapped, eh?
Yeah.
You have to be careful, actually. That queen is a bit trapped. Actually, you have to retreat. Rook e8, the queen has not down the line. Or even, uh, okay, this funny looking move, even before, you undermine the pawns and just damage the pawn structure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, at some point, either c3 or b4. But this will be a very, very hard game for white to. I mean, any end game white won't be.
Yeah.
Any end game white will be struggling a bit.
It's tough.
Any end game, it just looks bad for white. Any end game.
Yeah.
And then even after this move, let me show you a very interesting move here. You as black, I think you might even lose the game if you allow something like okay, the queen is trapped here.
Yeah.
Also this move. See, they always say knights do better in closed positions.
Yeah.
You might as well even just close it like this completely.
With b4.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can just close it completely. Yeah, just b4, and now a2 will become a permanent weakness for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah. I see.
The bishop has to go c1, yeah,
Around
and
the
then the
pawn.
knight will go to d5 to c3. Yeah, now c3 is no longer available. So this idea can actually be, actually everything here will be, after queen b6, everything looks forced. You have to you have to run away with your queen first. The only square I can see is e2. Actually, you don't have any other square. And then black can decide to just clamp the position like that. And
Yeah.
knight d5, rook e8, knight d5. The pawn on a2 is still a weakness. You have double pawns. Actually, black is just better here. Yeah. Black is just better.
Okay. Okay. I see. Yeah. I've just
Okay.
heard that
Yeah, black is just better.
the game between Zuri
Some
Kaloki.
games.
I've heard the game between Zuri and
Yes.
Bella has ended. Let's go and see how they finished.
Okay, I'm actually just clicking it right now.
Okay.
But as I mentioned, that was a bit of an unfortunate blunder. It was just unfortunate blunder that was not. But anyway, it happens.
Yeah.
So we left at bishop c5.
Yeah.
This is the position we left it. So she decided to go for. So she decided the bishop pair is much more. I think personally I would have gone for. I don't know why, but okay, maybe this one. D takes c6.
Yeah. The problem is the bishop becomes very
Oh,
strong now
it's
because if you take on
okay. The
c6.
bishops are actually they are looking good. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
because
And then the B file will still get activity. I don't know.
mm,
But anyway,
mm.
a piece. Yes, yes.
Yeah, the problem was
Sorry.
if you take the knight, now how do you activate your queen? Because my idea was after taking the knight, you play something
Yes.
like a3, b4, queen to b3. But when you have the bishop on e6, it's very hard to activate your queen.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. The bishop pair will actually bother. Okay, it's still winning, but the bishop pair. Now you have queen b3 in this position.
Mm.
Okay, so the game went like this. It was a piece
For a pawn.
for one piece for a pawn.
Yeah.
As I said, this was an unfortunate blunder.
Mm.
It was just an unfortunate blunder anyway. So takes king here. Oh, now the idea you're talking about queen b3 threatening
Yeah.
e7 discovery.
Yeah. And
Oh, and
also
that
pawn
pawn on
push.
e6 is actually very strong. You can't
Yeah.
even take it. Yeah. So now there is e6. So
So
she blocked
and then now do you attack the queen? Yeah, you attack the
another
queen.
tempi,
Yeah. And then knight to d5
and
is coming.
another tempi again.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, this is unfortunate. This is just
yeah,
bad. Eh?
yeah.
Knight d5 is coming.
Mm.
So why? Do you lose the rook? Is that even? I don't know. No, I think Zuri had seen enough here. I don't think she was interested in.
She resigned.
Now even the rook is hanging. No. This one e7 check, and you lose e7 check. You can't even block after
Oh,
this move.
e7 check if you lift
What
the
do you do?
rook.
If you go king h8, I take your rook
If you
with
lift
that.
the rook,
And if you lift rook, you lose your queen.
you
So
lose
for
your queen.
instance,
Wow, yeah.
I fork.
Mm.
So it's just yeah,
Yeah,
I just fork
yeah.
here. So basically, you have no move, and if you go here,
And also,
I take
actually,
with a check.
you don't even have to, even if you don't fork,
Yes. Yes.
even after forking, after you
Yeah.
fork the pieces, you still have knight to g5. You see that after, if rook comes to
Yeah.
f7,
Even knight g5. I mean, yeah.
rook to f7, knight to g5 you're still winning.
Oh yeah. Oh, you mean?
After you win the queen. So first
Oh
you win the
yeah.
queen,
Let me.
and then
Yeah.
knight to g5
Let me show
comes.
it actually.
Mm.
I'm trying to make the move. I mean, even here, I think this one is just winning on the.
And then you win the queen,
Okay,
and
I
then
don't know. Just win the queen first.
yeah, win the queen
Nah,
first, and then the move is
I
still
wanted
there.
to. And then knight g5 is coming on the spot.
Mm.
Yeah, actually, you lose another piece. The rook is hanging, and then at the end of the day, white has rook takes d6.
Yeah, yeah.
So you lose another piece, and then yeah, as I mentioned, it was an unfortunate game. I was hoping for, but you know, these black spots sometimes they can happen. I don't
Mm.
know. I just call them oh no, blind spots. That is not
Yeah.
black. These blind spots happen. You start a game like in this position,
Mm.
like here.
Mm.
I mean, you just forget there is this one. You know, in this position, actually, I thought black was better after this.
Okay.
Okay, not better, but
Mm.
very okay after even pawn takes. This
Mm.
position. I mean, you just take first.
Yeah.
You have to take.
Mm.
This is the position I was saying.
Mm.
I feel even black is just totally fine in this position. So
Mm.
takes. Maybe take with the bishop. I don't know. I don't even know how to take. And then after a move like this one, I mean, black can't complain. I
Yeah.
don't see any idea for white to win here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very
You have
difficult.
equalized.
Actually, I don't know. Actually I prefer black somehow.
Ah.
I mean, how does white play? Maybe I don't know. How does white play in this position? Okay, white is fine. Maybe you can go 94, knight c5.
Mm.
Uh, okay, but in this type of pawn structure, white has to go for what is it called? White has to play moves like b4, b5. This what is called minority attack in this 3 versus 2.
Yeah.
When you have 2 pawns on this side and the opponent has 3 on this side, same side. So black has to play for b4, b5, undermine the minority.
Mm.
But the position is just too dry. I don't see any Yeah, so it's just the same like for who is it? Abel Taji. Same idea, but
Yeah.
no, not same idea. The opponent just hung the piece in the opening. So let me look before I take a break. Wacha niangalie ya Simu Baraka.
Yeah.
Simu Baraka Daniel. Where is it? Okay, here it is. So let's see how the game went. Okay, C4, the English opening. Okay, the English opening. So I've seen Dennis has just texted me. So what? So anyway, this is the English. Okay. What do you have? Okay, this is actually a bit of an annoying structure when the knight is just there on e5, even
Yeah.
if it's doing nothing. But there is nothing much to worry about
Yeah.
because when you push the pawns, also the e4 square now has been opened up. Takes. Wow, that's actually that's a good move. I think Black understands that the bishop now is no longer needed on b7.
Yeah.
So there's a general rule when you have nothing to do, improve your pieces. So Black has realized the bishop is not doing anything.
Yeah.
So okay, another good move from Black. Okay, White is also playing well, by the way. Yeah, the game is just Rook. I was thinking here. No. It looks dangerous. No. This one is a fork. If you take,
Yeah.
you can fall for this fork.
Yeah. Yeah.
You can fall for this fork. Take, and your pawn on h7 is weak. So if we go back here, wow. So Black saw that one. Oh, so the pawn on h7. Wow, this is actually a good quality game.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Because if
what
white
happened here?
takes, you get to bring your knight to d5.
Yeah, that is the outpost I'm looking for. Actually, Black has a very nice outpost on d5. And then also the what I had mentioned was, let me give you an example. Like, what piece do you need in the end game? If I can somehow exchange the light bishop for the light bishop, and my knight is on d5, then I get a good end game. But f7 is weak, so it's not easy at the moment. Oh, White just wants to win this game.
Yeah.
Knight d5. I think bishop takes knight will lead to opposite color, which
Yeah.
is known to be drawish, except when you're attacking. They are good only when. Oh, they took.
Wow.
Now, how does White win this now? How does White win this one? This one, White is attacking actually too. This is too aggressive, huh? Yeah, this is a bit too aggressive. So
Wow. Okay.
h6.
Wow.
Hey. Okay. Hey, okay. Okay. Anyway, I think Black has to play c5 at some point to open up the game because now White's king. Unfortunately, if you push pawns too much, they don't come back. So the king might be unsafe. Check. I know White wants to go bishop c1, bishop f6.
Yeah.
That's checkmate. That's what White is looking for. Yeah, bishop c1, bishop g5, bishop f6. Oh, they go with the queen instead. Is that the position we have?
Let me
Yeah,
see.
that's the position.
Yeah.
Okay. That is the exact position we have. Um,
So black is trying to what is
I
trying
don't
to
know.
force
Dennis was
matters
telling me.
after h6.
Now,
You have this rook takes on h6
yes,
idea. Just
but now there is no even G.
rook sacks on h5. Is it possible?
Do we have this?
Yeah.
It might actually work.
Let me see. Is it
Uh,
possible?
no, I don't. No,
It doesn't work.
this is too much because no.
Yeah.
The thing
Possibly.
is, I have king f8, king
Oh
maybe for
yeah,
a
yeah,
draw.
yeah.
Maybe let me see.
I
Check.
think if you prepare it with a bishop
The
to
problem
c1,
is king f8. If you go h8, you lose on the spot.
yeah, yeah. I
To
think
c1 faster
yeah, probably bishop to
because
c1.
here you yeah. So okay, let's try to prepare it and see. So, but then I have rook h8 here.
Oh, okay.
So after bishop c1,
Uh-huh.
now you have rook h8,
Rook h8. And
and
rook,
suddenly,
how about rook?
suddenly I'm not seeing it.
How about rook
Or
to
queen g5, queen
yeah,
f6.
queen to g5 followed by either rook to f6.
Yeah, this one at least there is no draw. That one I'm sure. This one won't end in a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Let me go back to the live. Let me go to back to live move and then I see. Okay, so white went queen g5 threatening rook takes h5.
Mm.
So this is the position we have. So I'm assuming here just rook h8.
Yeah.
I'm assuming just rook h8. If you check here, I just go king g8 and I don't see a checkmate here. So this is the position we have. I'll try to change the earphones. I'm being told that I'm not being heard clearly.
I'm thinking of this. Okay, okay.
Yeah, you're thinking of
I was there's an idea I was considering, but
I-
I don't think it works.
which one?
Let me see. Possibly, if we can get our rook to,
Because,
can we after the rook moves, is it possible to start?
so
Is it possible to check?
so is yeah. So for instance, we go rook h8,
Yeah.
which I think is the only. Okay, you can't allow queen h. Okay, you can't allow rook takes h5.
Yeah.
You can't allow rook h5. I think you might enter into this funny checkmate. For instance, let's make just a random move.
Yeah.
You'll enter into this. I don't even think this is a checkmate. I'm just making a random move. I'm trying to show checkmate. So this checkmate, this one, and then you go here, and then this checkmate, this one.
Yeah.
So white is hoping for such kind of a move, and now white has a problem. If the attack fails, black is winning on the spot.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a must
You are
win
losing
attack.
the. Actually, no, it's a must-win attack. That is the problem. It's a must-win attack, and if you can't win in this position, you are just. So I don't see how they can win. I don't see how. I've tried to look for ways. This is the live move. It's black to move. Yeah, it's black to move. I don't see any way to attack. Okay, it looks scary from black's point. It looks a bit scary, the attack, but if only white had something like g4, then it could.
Yeah.
Yeah, if only they had something like. But I think, yeah, maybe white just played a bit quickly. Yeah, the attack went a bit. I think the best here would have been to first plan the attack. For instance, I think first play in this position. Oh, but you can't even plan it. If you go bishop c1, then queen takes a2, you lose another
Yeah.
pawn. Because I think you need your bishop somehow. Yeah. Okay, I think this attack was a bit too rushed. Too rushed. This was a bit too rushed. Anyway, anything can happen, but black also has to find rook h8, defend a bit, and then this one I think Simu might win this one if he can just avoid being checkmated.
Okay.
And the problem with this position is White's plan is very clear, as in you don't even need to calculate so much. I mean, Queen g5, I just want to take on h5, Queen f6, and he found it. So
Yeah,
he has
yeah.
found rook h8.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunately, you know, this position is like, there's some positions that are a bit hard to. The opponent has very easy moves to make, which is a bit hard to. Yeah, now after c5,
Is it possible to
I
remaneuver
mean,
your bishop to f6?
now the queen has to get out of the way.
Yeah.
And I don't know even it's getting out going where. So I don't know. I
Okay.
don't even know where the queen is going. So the queen has to maneuver. And if black is how many moves? 3 moves away from playing c5. After
How about the
c5,
bishop? How about the move? How about the
yes.
move rook to f6? Does it make sense?
Or you try to sacrifice maybe on
Or g6,
g6,
yeah,
yeah?
and so that we enter with f6 with some checks there.
Okay, let's check. Because I've really tried to force this move. So let's go here, rook f6.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, now if you sacrifice once again, they take with the pawn.
And then you check on f6, and then the king has to go to g8. Oh, the king has to go no. Yeah, the king has to go to g8, and then you take the
Oh,
pawn
no,
and then
I
you.
get. Wait, I get your point. Let me make a random move. I
Yeah.
get your point.
Yeah.
So first you sacrifice here.
Uh-huh.
Now you take.
Uh-huh.
You know, even here, King f8 actually. You know, you're not forced to take, by the way. So, but anyway, you take. Let's
Uh-huh.
look at this. But you're not forced to take anyway. You can just go King f8. So let's say you take. Then now you check,
Yeah.
and now the king sits here. You check again,
Yeah.
and then wow, okay, this one actually, okay, this one at least now black has some questions because if you go here,
Ah.
this is a mate actually.
Yeah.
Well, I think this is a mate now. Then bishop c1 is a mate.
You have to push the pawn.
Yeah, this one is a yeah. I think this one is just a mate. If you push the pawn, it's a mate in two.
You can
Push
just
the
take
pawn
it.
and then
Yeah.
you just take
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
You just take and then and then rook takes h5 is a mate.
Yeah.
Okay, so rook f6 is actually a move. Unfortunately for the opponent went queen f6 check
Oh wow.
and king g8 and the attack. Now this is the position we have, and even the rook can go to h7 now. Just to tell you that now I'll kill your attack completely. Even after rook h7, now the attack is over, and the only way for white to win is by g4. G4 is the only way to win.
G4. What's the follow-up?
I mean, no,
Uh-huh.
I'm saying in such positions
Uh-huh.
you want to attack the king, so a move like g4 can help you win,
Okay.
but it's not there.
Oh, yeah, okay, okay,
So
I
I'm,
see.
like here you have to, yeah, that's what I meant. And then they just take, and the attack once again is over.
Uh-huh.
So
I have this idea. I'm
yeah,
not sure
yeah,
if it
yeah,
works.
yeah.
After,
After this position,
yeah, if you instead of
no,
playing
no,
G4 immediately, you play this
yes.
this rook to E1 idea. Rook to E1.
Oh, I get. You want to push e6.
Yeah, I want
Yes,
to
yes,
force
yes.
E6
So
after I push G4.
now assume I play a random move, like I ignore you.
Yeah.
Okay, no, let me just play the best move, not even a random move. Let me play the best move. I think black has to play c5
Uh-huh.
because when the rook lands on c2,
Uh-huh.
it's just mate. It's just mate.
Yeah.
So you have to open up for the rook on c8. So in this position, now we go g4.
Yeah.
I take.
You just take.
Now let me take with the bishop. You see?
And then I take.
Now e6.
No, I take the bishop first, or
Now you take.
I first take the bishop.
You want to sacrifice the bishop?
Yeah, before I push it.
Oh. Okay, I had not seen that. I had not seen that.
Yeah,
Take. I take.
yeah. Oh, okay. Now I
Then now we
see.
go east. And then now we go e6. Yeah?
But yeah, but I think that there's queen to h1 or rook to h1, so it doesn't work.
Oh, it's even a mate. No, it's a
Yeah.
okay. You'll have to open. Okay, I think we can just assume this one is a bit okay. This one, unless this one is just over a bit. I think this one is just okay. At least black has improved the. Where's the back to life move? Okay, black has improved, but I don't know what bishop c1 is doing after c5. I think it's just over.
Yeah.
Yeah, after c5, that bishop on e6 is a very good defender. That bishop on e6 is holding everything together.
Yeah. Yeah.
There is no bishop. There is no bishop h6. There is nothing.
Mm,
Yeah, this one is just over. This one you
yeah.
don't even need an engine. I don't see how white is going to win this.
Mm,
I mean, there is no even if the rook on h3 moves. The queen takes d4.
yeah.
Yeah, after c5, if black finds c5, yeah, it's over.
Yeah. Black has all the
Okay, so
bases covered.
see. I mean, that bishop on e6 is the best defending piece I've ever seen. It's just covering. It's completely blocking everything that white has. f7 is blocked. g6 is blocked.
Yeah.
Okay, sasa nitachukua break. So I'll take a break.
Yeah, it's okay. I think currently we have around 17 viewers. So for those who are viewing, thank you for being here.
Okay.
You can like the stream, and we're going to take a small break before we continue. And then now we'll be back to follow up the games, see how they are going, and give us a few minutes. We're going to take a break. So thank you for watching. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Uh,
Okay.
okay.
So welcome back everybody to this live transmission, Africa Schools Individual Chess Championship 2025, taking place at Pride in Paradise, Mombasa, Shanzu area. This is the aggregation of Africa's best talents participating from 11 different countries. We are now in round number 7 out of 9. 2 more rounds to go after this one. We are looking at a couple of games taking place. This is Allen Nadine Tungamira versus Sujay Jora of South Africa. Again, material is equal, but the pawn structure for white is terrible, and the black pieces look quite a little bit more active. So this position looks fairly good for Sujay Jora. Let's see what the engine says. Yes, black is actually +2 kind of a position. It's pretty difficult to figure out what white is able to try here. You can't move the knight away, the rook away, because then this is also possible. You may lose material, although I see this is also a possibility. So it's a kind of a tough position for white. Time situation is fairly equal. Mwakema Davis versus Baraka Daniel Simiyu, and this was an English opening. So one of the ways to meet the English is to play the move e6, which then can transpose into a number of things, either Queen's Gambit declined. Say for example you play the standard d4, then d5 already when the Queen's Gambit declined, and many lines can follow. Although the independent lines where white can plan not to play d3 at all. So let's see how this went. g3 was next. This could become a Catalan very easily. Yes, and actually d4 now comes. It comes at a very good time when this bishop has come into this diagonal. Now what d4 does, it stops this bishop from this pawn from moving forward, and therefore the b7 bishop is fairly blocked. However, it's still not completely useless because it does add a level of support to the e4 square, meaning that at some point, let's say this can even be played even at this juncture, and it's fairly safe because it has a pawn on d5, the bishop, and quite a number of things can happen in this position. So what happened? Yeah, knight lands on e4. I don't think this is necessary. This pick is definitely not a good pick, because if you look at this position, this knight is very hard to chase. You'll have to give out material, although maybe what black was afraid of was the possibility of losing a pawn on e5, but you can't lose a pawn on e5 because actually maybe you will. I've seen a check at the end. I thought that you could play, let's say we play the king here, which basically means you can't take the pawn, I thought. No, sorry, wrong side. Let's play it here. Keep our pawn safe. So let's pick. Queen picks. And why doesn't this work? Why does that not work? Oh, there's this check. Okay. Interesting. So I think that's why he picked. He didn't want these complications. So it's probably a very good move that he played. But now there's this open file, half open file, that can act as a source of tremendous pressure for white. And white is just better as a result of. So what's happening here is, in chess you want to figure out which side of the board you want to play in. And normally that is dictated by the side your pawns are facing, where you have more space, where you have an advantage. And if you look at this position, it's very clear that white has a serious advantage on the queen side, on the king side. 2 rooks, half open file, very strong center. This bishop is facing this side. The queen can come in any moment. This bishop is doing a good job. So the attack literally has to be on this side. And your plans should involve things like taking away the key defenders of those squares, and that could be this bishop on e6 as well. But playing a move like b5 is going in the wrong direction. I think the thought is to stop the move c5, but in fact that just allows black to, first you're not stopping it completely, but there are instances where you can sacrifice a pawn, say something like this. And even though you feel that you've taken a pawn, because of this pawn structure, it's actually very tough for white to do anything with their extra pawn. In fact, after this move, now your bishop is not alive anymore. The knight can come to c6, unless you're a pawn up for the time being, but then black's pieces are coming to life. The white pawns are weak. So it's not, this move b4 doesn't stop anything at all, and it's a step in the wrong direction. So I'm not sure why that move was played by black. What it does, it weakens these dark squares, and you don't have a dark squared bishop. This is just creating terrible weaknesses, and this is a move that can prove fatal if not well handled. Yeah, so again, I'm not very happy with this decision to take on d5 for a very specific reason. These light squares are extremely weak. So this bishop was defending these squares. It's very important for these attackers. I would only exchange this bishop for this bishop, because this bishop is holding together the black position. But once this bishop is gone, the only way to take this bishop out is using one of the rooks, and that means that the white attack is most likely heading nowhere, and black can start playing good moves and hopefully will win. You see, this pawn is a backward pawn, yes, defended by a bishop, but this pawn is also limiting the activity of this bishop. So suddenly we talk about opposite colored bishop situations where the bishops are of opposite colors. This is a light squared bishop, dark squared bishop. In the end game, this is very drawish. In the middle game, however, it's a different story. It's a different story because the squares attacked by this bishop cannot be defended by this bishop. This is why this move was not good, and neither was giving up this bishop. I have a feeling this was a more serious error. We see how it develops. Yeah, that pawn just falls, and now the attack is coming, but you really can't attack enough because after d5, after h5, sorry, your queen will never get here. You can't force it. The only move you can try is this, but then again, that's just a free pawn. So unless you're prepared, you've brought more pieces, let's say the rook is on this square, then maybe you can now play it, sacrifice, take the bishop, bring your queen in, but that's a very long journey. So for example, if I just play, let's say, random moves, start with this, I'm going to play just bad moves for the time being. This, that. Then now this kind of a move becomes a possibility because you cannot take. I take back, you take back, and then this is check and the mate to follow. But that's a very long way away. It's very hard to do that because black will not really just lay back and die. So really the options there, please pay attention to this kind of position where you have weaknesses in a one color complex. This is what it means. And as you can see, the white pieces are really making use of those weak dark squares that were created. You made these holes. The queen is very happy here, not attacked. However, black is having a serious issue. They really can't add attackers unless the rook comes up into this square. But that's not the easiest thing in the world because black pieces also have opportunities, especially these weaknesses here. So let's see, bishop came down. Yeah. Mate threat, don't hang mate. The queen and the bishop are working together. That mate threat is stopped. Queen comes back, attacking this pawn. It's getting a bit dangerous, to be honest. Yeah. So I hope I'm on the live board. Yeah, this is the current situation on the board. And we are waiting for black to move. Abel Taji versus Aiko to Malala of Madagascar. Abel Taji is white. He is a piece down. And this is quite a bit tricky. Unfortunately, it's bishop and rook versus rook. Even if you had the pawns out, there are still situations where this bishop and rook can win. If it was bishop and knight, then all Abel has to try and do is trade this pawn for one of these two pawns. Easier said than done, especially given the current structure where all these three squares are defended by the king can't approach. So even getting this rook into the position is kind of hard. So this looks fairly done. I got to know that Abel made a pretty serious mistake. Let's see where that mistake happened. This is a Sicilian, Najdov, bishop g4 variation, very well played. These are all standard moves. Although I think one of the moves that has to be played is here is this. And it's a very interesting line. I think that goes something like this. There's a castling and is it castles here? Yeah, something of this nature. Let's see what they played. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, this is pretty decent. Yeah, so here maybe we just take back. Yeah, there's this, okay. Rook takes, no wonder you have to chase the queen away fast. I've seen, okay. So then instead of that move, then you have to chase the queen away fast. Get the queen off that, oh, I see. So once the queen goes away, now you can safely pick back without that threat and just still fine. All right, so very nice move. Missed that take. And now what am I missing? Is that? Am I missing something? Is that not just a piece?
Yeah, it's a few.
What? Oh, that must feel very bad. Abel Taji must. I mean, he just lost a whole rook. Just lost a whole rook. Man, that must feel bad. Okay. Oh dear, that must feel terrible. Okay, so that's what happened. I think he literally hung a rook. Okay, somehow this has been a recovery, but not quite. Yeah, this has been a recovery, but not quite. It's a little tricky. He's trying the best he can. Maybe now you are tempted to cut off the king, but then the bishop comes. So if you play here, then the bishop comes here and you lose your rook. So, and again, you cannot play king up, because king up, then there's a check. Sorry, not there. Check here, king up, rook comes out, and that's the end of that story, because you cannot never take this pawn, and these pawns of yours are going to fall. So Abel Taji in trouble there. Sauti Joshua Lisuku versus Sonamizi Tinashe. This is another, let's see how this went. We are looking at, this looks like a French exchange. It is a French exchange. If you don't want to spend a lot of time on theory, then against the French, this is one option. But then there are other lines as well you want to consider. I think one of the most spoken about is this, the Tarrasch French. Then, of course, there is the advance. The advance is, you see a lot of it nowadays amongst top grandmasters, but again, highly theoretical. It has been studied for ages. Then one of the most testing lines, of course, is the Winawer French. Many lines are possible here. If I just give you an example that, so bishop comes out, this attacks your pawn. You have a pawn chain structure. When you have pawns interlocked like this, you want to attack the base of that pawn. So this is why c5 is a move you can expect. Attack the bishop. The most common move is to take here, but the reason I'm showing you this is if they play bishop h5, then a very interesting move, you play b4. This looks like a free pawn, attacked 2 times, defended once. When they pick here, you don't pick back. You play knight out there, and so they take an extra pawn because it's check. You block with your pawn, right? And then they attack your knight because you can't pick here now. The knight will take. There is check. King moves away. This pawn is hanging. Let me turn off this engine. Then you can bring your queen out to f3, defending this pawn and attacking this pawn. And you can already see where I'm heading to here, because it's very hard to stop this checkmate. Let's say you play this. Now you pick here on a3. Look at that discovery, and black is completely lost. So if you study your lines and look at certain variations, you get generally better. Of course, these are not the absolute best lines for black. Black is better off maybe picking here. This becomes the winner of French, where there are many lines. I think one of the most topical starts something like this. Queen here, you take attacking the pawn, they attack the queen, you take back, and now they pick here on d5. And their plan is, if you pick back, then there's this wonderful check here, attacking your king and attacking your rook. You lose, so you don't want to do that. Instead, you bring out your knight to e2, defending this square. Now they may be tempted to take here. That's a bad move because your bishop comes out with tempo, and when the queen goes back, then you can pick back your pawn. So instead of that, they normally bring the knight out, attacking this pawn, which you defend, and now they can take this pawn, bring back your queen. Very nice move for a particular reason. They maintain activity. Knight can take, they take back, you take back, and now they want to chase your queen away, but they can't do it right away because you have this very nasty check here. And the only way to deal with it reasonably is to block with your bishop, in which case I'll trade off all these guys, and after that trade, white is just a pawn up and white is completely winning. So instead of that, before knight coming to f5, you must play bishop to d7, and here there are quite a number of moves. One that I find very appealing, just play rook to g1, exclamation mark. When your queen is attacked, play queen down to f2, and now the options are very limited. You can't castle right away because you lose a pawn. A number of things really. There are different variations in the French, different variations everywhere, but it's quite important to spend some time to study your opening lines, to see what is needed and what you should do in particular lines. It's allowed in chess, quite decent. So anyway, excellent French. I'm not sure about this move, knight going down to a2. Yeah, and this move looks like it's an attacking move. Probably it is. The only problem is that it's making some weaknesses, and it allows this knight to survive. So I'm not sure that that's a good move really. And bishop given out for a knight in that position, not a fan. And I'm wondering whether here there was such a move possible. You cannot take, because then I take this guy. Yes, you take my bishop. And you may argue that you have compensation, I'm not sure. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. So we will very nice moves by I think this is over. This is over for black. You really can't avoid this exchange of rooks, and if you try, I take your pawn. Yes, you can take my pawn. Let's say you play here. I have two options. If I play here, you can never play that move, because this rook is in prison for the rest of time, and that leaves these two kings to fight it out, and my rook can come into the game, yours cannot. In fact, I can, in this position, let's come for your rook. And nothing you can do about it. Okay, so Sauti Joshua is winning there. Jadon Simiyu versus Tumelo Luenyeka. This is under 13 open category. Simu plays the Sicilian, the Kante man of structure. I think this was evaluated earlier on by commentators as well. And yeah, the structures here are fairly straightforward. Simu is white, sorry. And yeah, quite just a few moves have been played. They're on move number 20. The time situation 25 minutes versus 22 minutes. Position looks fairly solid both sides. You may think that white has an imposing structure. All these pawns in the center, these rooks are doubled, this bishop, this queen, but this diagonal is quite an issue. Black has a center majority, and black doesn't have any real weaknesses. So this bishop may come into this diagonal, which is what I'm expecting. And this position is fairly equal. Yes, the engine agrees with us. It's a fairly equal position. Let's see what happens after bishop to b7. Yeah, still fairly equal. This is what is to be expected. And it's not an easy one for either side. Schwartz Michael versus Isaac Prince. We are looking at e4, c6. This is a Karokan. Main lines. Oh, interesting line, interesting improvement. The idea behind this is if you then now transpose into, it's an high class waiting move where now, let's say in this position, bishop were to come here. If you attack the bishop, then it can retreat all the way. And the normal moves of a4 and a5 will not hit the bishop. Let's see. There could be other ideas as well. One can argue, oh, that's a very interesting move when you play g6. It means that black may very well be planning to castle queenside. It looks like you cannot castle kingside in this position. So, yeah, very tricky position here. I think white is almost fully committed. Black is fully committed. But the choice of move by white to play f4 is not good because it reduces the risk of attack. It gives this very nice square. The knight can go to f6, come to e4, of course with a bit of preparation. So that is not really ideal. Really? Rook to b1. No, that has to be in the wrong direction. Where this rook is going, I'm not sure. And this allows black to have the open file. So, yeah, that doesn't look good. All right, I'm going to take a break myself and just allow our able commentator to come back and take over the games. We are looking at, maybe just before we do that, let's look at the game Nashipai Bella versus Kokizuri. This game is over. This was the Maki game that was being followed live, and Nashipai Bella has won against Zuri Kaloki. English defense, and Zuri plays a reverse Sicilian by playing e5. If you remember, the Sicilian defense starts e4, c5. This is the best line, and so Zuri opts for the reverse Sicilian, and yes, picks, very nice, and Zuri knows. So in this position, you may be tempted to play bishop. You may be tempted to play this bishop move, but this is a mistake actually, because it allows for a very early d4. I think this is coming very early on, maybe after castles, but this move becomes very difficult for white, black to blue. Let's say you play this move, then d4 can be played immediately. So in this line, it's a technical conversation, but you must play knight to b6 so that your queen is seeing d4, making d4 very difficult to play. Best moves here. Yeah, so here you need to get your bishop out quickly. It's a very tricky line, castle. And now there are options, there are different setups. There could be bishop e3 setup, there could be a3, as part of the setup. You know, there could be f4, Actually, have this line prepared, but I'm still not perfectly comfortable as black. Very complicated, very many nuances. This is why I'm not playing it as much as I could have. It's a very difficult line. Black has to know what to play. It's not the easiest thing in the world to do. So, very difficult choice. Yeah, this is that not just a piece?
It's a blunder.
Yeah, that's just a piece. Yeah, that's just a piece. Oh, that was just a blunder of a piece. Okay. So this is what happened. Yeah, Zuri just lost a piece. Okay. Okay. Oh. Yeah, and this is reasonable, of course, because the check is coming, and you win a rook in addition to the piece that you had. And oh, look at this move. This is criminal. Yeah, what do? You can't take, and let's say you come here attacking the rook to illustrate. Okay. This is okay. That's over. Simple blunder by Zuri, and Bella is very strong as well. So this pretty much almost guarantees the outcome of this tournament. It's very close. Atara right versus Asaba Juliet. This is the last game you're looking at. Then we can head out. The commentary continues. Head out is me, Victor Ngani, not all of us. Yeah, so this is the B3 Sicilian, a favorite of Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura. Yeah, so it's pretty tricky. You don't want to play Tara right. If you play this G6 and you play E6, normally it's because of what is called the Botvinnik setup, where what you want to do is to place your knight on this diagonal. But in this situation where your knight has already gone to F6, then you may want to opt for a different line, looking for this break. If you can achieve it comfortably, rather than to make this other move, which I think is a bit weakening. Now d4 is played, and you can see this diagonal is kind of unpleasant for white here. So, oh, and that's just a free piece. Yeah, and you can see this piece would not have happened if this pawn was not moved. So just like that, piece is lost. And we say in Kiswahili, imeenda, and that rook is falling as well. This is a nice fork, attacking both the king and the rook. So charger please, charger please. Yeah, this is over. And this is being attacked 2 times. This bishop is falling. There's really no good way to... Yeah, this is over as well. As much as it's going on, we don't expect a different outcome. There's a game we haven't looked at. This is Mali Mugo versus Mutale Mumba Janel. I met Mutale Mumba Janel yesterday at the mall from Zambia. 2 chess families actually. So E4, C5, this is a Sicilian, very well played. Interesting move, knight D2 instead of knight C3. C5, sorry, this would have been the, what do you call it? Najdorf Hera. Very professional play. These players are fairly strong. Yeah, the only thing is that this pawn is a weakness now. It's a backward pawn. Yeah. Threatening to pick, which is a fork that is defended. Threatening checkmate, that is defended. Best move actually. That gives up that rook. Trading off the queens. These youngsters are playing some very good chess, by the way. This level of chess is quite impressive, to be honest. Are we seeing an en passant? That was done. Wow. Yeah, so here, that's probably a mistake, because here the move Mutale should have played, sorry, we have gone all the way back, is just to pick 2 pieces for a rook is not bad. Very nice sacrifice though. Yeah, so this, the idea is you pick back, there's a check, move back, takes, but now you have 2 pieces for a rook and black is still better. So instead, what Mutale did is they gave back a pawn, and yeah, this is the current position, which is quite interesting. We have this pawn weakness. Very strong play by the young lady. Mali Mugo is on 6 out of 6, and Mutale Mumba is on 5.5. So interesting game. Let's see how it progresses. The time situation not reflecting, but progressing well. Agnes Muturieri Kamumbi. Again, this was an Italian game. Professional play by the 2 players, although probably they opted for a less dramatic line, and black has equalized with ease. Yeah, this is where we are. In fact, this is completely losing for black, because black has allowed this fork. It's a very simple threat. It's checkmate, and the rook is being attacked. So you have to give up one of this. It was a simple mistake here. They needed to have seen knight f5 is coming, and they missed that move, and as a result, the situation is not good. Nikandi Bernice versus Mut Cherry Jepchirchir. Let's see who is better here. This looks like it was a London system of some sort. Yes, transposes to a London system, and yeah, here this position, this move by, this move c4 is not an ideal move, because now you have this attack here. I think, does it work? No, it doesn't in this position, because they have this move. Okay, maybe it doesn't transpose immediately, but often you don't want to play this kind of a move, because these pawns can be attacked directly. It seems Nikandi has done her homework, because you cannot defend like this, because your rook is falling at the end. But in this position, after f4, then there is b4, and black is just better. So this is what happened actually. Different, very nice queenside attack. Free pawn 1 on g2, and you can't fail to see how active the black pieces are. Black is never castling. Sorry, white is never castling, and this position is not good. This is a very nice pawn move, very nice, because you must pick, picks back, and this pawn is falling. Quite an interesting choice of exchange, and black is not happy. Let's just say that in this position. Okay, so the game Kokizuri is over. Saba Juliet has won against Satara Wright, Eric Amombi. Mali Mugo is in play. Riley Matingi versus Nikhil Nitya. Let's see how this one went. E4, C5 is a Sicilian. Again, very conservative approach. The Schwenkening, it wasn't an open Sicilian, it's a closed Sicilian kind of a structure. And yeah, white repairs the pawn structure. Ooh. This sacrifice is recommended. Interesting. Queen takes. Yeah, this would have been quite something. Not clear how this progresses. And you can't take back. I don't think this would be possible. How do you protect it? Let's bring the queen in. Let's see what happens. Rook comes in as a different... Oh, and you can't defend it, literally. You really can't defend. And you basically... Yeah, can't even... Oh, this would be lost. Terrible, terrible move that would have been. But it wasn't captured. Yeah, these players are pretty good in their chess. The moves are decent. We're running through the moves quite quickly just because of time. And Riley gets a very nice pawn that's acting like a pawn on d5. The rooks are doubled. On the f file, this bishop is fairly active. Nothing can go to c8, and it can later relocate to this diagonal depending on a couple of factors. But then the only downside is that the pawn structure is not good. This is a seriously weak pawn. Yeah, and black does have a bishop pair which they maintain. Yeah, so I'm not sure why we moved out of our... We had a very nice pair of rooks. I think that's the last game that we are looking at. Everything else we'll hand over to our other commentators who will take us through the rest of the games. This is Victor Ngani joining you from the Africa Schools Individuals Chess Championship taking place in Nairobi, Kenya. This is round number 7 of 8. Not Nairobi, Kenya, Mombasa. Pride in Paradise Hotel, Festa Hotel, excellent venue, excellent event, 900 plus participants. All the best. All the best, guys. Thank you.
we have a very unfortunate ending for white in this position. This is a game between Schwartz Michael and Prince Isaac. Now in the game, white had so many pawns. It looked like he was going to win. But currently in the situation, black managed to queen, and white was unable to prevent the queening because of the rook maneuver blocking the attack on the pawn. The pawn promoted, the queen got in front of white's pawn. Now it's going to be a challenge for white to promote, because now the queen is in front of the pawn, and as you know, once that happens, it becomes very hard to promote. Now the strategy here, the plan here should be for black to bring his king towards the pawn and take them, because now I expect a move like king to d6, trying to force the pawn to come to c7 to promote. That's for white. So black needs to be careful. The game is winning for black, but he needs to be very careful to avoid losing, because the position is not without any threats. There is some threat to the position. So we are expecting a move like king to d6 to support the pawn push to c7, and we'll see how black will respond. Black has an option of going queen to f6 to give a check. But after queen to f6, you have king to c7, then possibly queen to e7. Then you get this. So it's actually interesting. It's tricky. It's tricky. This might end in a draw. Because of queen to f6, king to c7, queen to e7, then you play king to c8, and there's no way to check you again because you have a pawn on c6 that's covering any checks coming to your side. But let's see. So now c7 is the move that you're expecting to see on the board. Pawn to c7 attacking the queen, then queen to f6 check. The king has to remain close to the pawns. The king can't go too far to the pawns, because if you go too far, you can no longer defend them, you can no longer guard them. So queen to f6, possibly king to c5, and you get after king to c5. Oh, I see. After king to c5, you have this queen to e7 check. King now goes to c6. Then you have this queen to e7, queen to e6 check. And then you have to go upwards, and then the pawn promotes. So I think when you get checked, don't go close to the pawns, because you can be forked and one pawn will be captured. We are looking at this line: queen here, king here, then queen here, then king comes here, then you check, and then if the king goes here, the pawn is taken. But this looks like it should be a draw, because now you have a move like this, and then like if you get checked here, you have this move. If the king goes here, you have this move here. If the king goes here, you always have this idea. So it's a draw. So white can actually get a chance to draw. White can get a chance to draw, but if he's careful enough, he might even get a win if he avoids the fork. So let's see how the game continued. c7. The game is still in this position. It's black to play. So possibly, if you get checked, an idea would be to try to move away from the pawns, like so. But there's no way to do it without getting forked. If you come here, because if you come here, the queen will also come here. Now if you come up here, the king will come here, and then you get the same idea. So a draw is the most likely result if white plays well. A draw will be the most likely result. Oh, okay. Now, okay. So this is how the game has continued. Yeah. So black just needs to find the fork that wins the d7 pawn, and also attacks the king at the same time.
Who's playing? White.
Yeah.
The
No,
easiest way is to promote
no. Currently, it's black to play.
black to play.
Yeah.
Give a check.
Yeah, so black has to give as much checks as he can and create a fork where he attacks the king and opponent at the same time. Yeah. So the best move seems like yeah, king to d4, queen to d4. Queen to d4 seems to be a good idea. Then if king to c6, then you check him again on e4. So wow, so what happened is black went after the wrong pawns here. If you take a step back in this position, after the pawn was pushed, and the pawn went, you play, and then you played there, the king went there, then you went there, then the pawn got pushed. Black went after these pawns, which is the wrong idea, because these pawns are still too far. Going after the other pawns would have been better. Playing king here would have been better. But when the pawn is pushed, now you get, if white pushes the pawn, now you enter here. And this is much better, because now you get to win a pawn. You get to blockade the pawns. But what if king here? If king there now, not very good, because now you have this check here. And then if you go here, I win the pawn. If you go here, I just win this pawn like this with check. So actually going after the other pawns was a mistake by black, allowing this drag maneuver. So you've managed to win all the pawns, but how then do you win? How then do you win the game? Very, very interesting position here. Our last game of round 7, Prince Isaac Minua playing as black, Schwartz Michael playing as white. The position looks like it might end in a draw, but only if white plays accurately. Now, after that check, king to b7 might be a draw. But not quite. Yeah, king to b7 might be a draw, because after the pawn is taken, then you just play king to b8. And with having a pawn on c7 and your king on the f file, that's a drawn position. But let's give white a chance to play. We see how white responds. That was the last game of round 7. The game ended in a draw. Very fighting chess going on here at African Schools Individual Chess Championship. Let's meet for round 8 for another live stream and commentation. See you then.